Markets have been open here. I was in a trade a second ago. Well, not a second ago. A couple minutes ago. The hourly closed bearish back inside the range, so I took some sells. But then I took those sells before 9:30. So when we got this first initial push down right here, I had moved stops to break even since volume's about to pick up at 9:30. Luckily we did, because my stops were above these highs right here, and the market would have just came and probably took me out, and that would have been so sad. But I had moved stops to break even already. But now, if this thing can close back bearish, I mean, you could get in right now in anticipation that this would just have a volume push. Because at 9:30 push is big by itself. It doesn't really need nothing to set up. So 9:30 could just push all the way down right now, or it could sit here, and if it does sit here and close bearish back inside the range, we could take sales at 10 o'clock, 10:30, but at 10 o'clock we got news, so we're probably gonna have to miss that one. If we get a closure above this range, I might take some sales. I might take some buys up here if we close above up here. But we're in the yesterday was a big sell-off, so buying right now after yesterday's big drop is risky. So the best thing to do is let it close above, then let it pull back somewhere, and then we can buy there. But if it closes inside, we're taking sales back down to the bottom, about a 50 point. But right now, this trend line they got going on has been holding very nicely, so when it finally does decide to break, we could get a nice move out of it. Right now, it seems like the buyers want it, but they're struggling, because ES, they're already doing good. ES is already pushing for the day. They're up 0.15%. Nasdaq up only 0.04, and they're already breaking their highs. They're pushing. They're looking good. So if they can bring up NQ, they can start breaking their highs, and we can start buying also. Now this either can be the breakout, your little cup of handle we got going on here, retest. We got a high right here that we could be breaking. If we do break, boom, that's a very bullish move. I don't know if we can catch that move, but that is a possibility right now. But what I like better is if this bullishness gets taken over and we start to drop again, that'd be better. But right now we ain't bullish. If we do take stabs at buys, what would that even look like? Because this is a bullish 5-minute setup right now, but the stops are kind of hefty, and we got resistance right here, which is 20 points away, but we have good targets up here. But if we can actually fall off of this, that'd be good sales. Nice 30-minute push. See, this is a nice 30-minute push right here. Bullish closure, breaking through the zone. If this thing can close up here with this strength they got to close nice and strong. Then I believe the 10 o'clock news that comes out will probably give us a nice push. If this 15-minute closes bears, we can work with this. We do have to watch out for this trend line right here first, but this 15 closed bearish after breaking these highs instantly got rejected. This is what we wanted to see. Now we can just get a top wick for this next 15 because it didn't close bearish. You see right now it's not closing that bearish, but it is closing inside the range. The 5-minute is closing bearish. We could get in cells, but I'm gonna need a top wick first because it didn't close exactly how we wanted it to now. £50 off that. About 50 right there. But then again, we do have news at 10 o'clock, so staying out of this trade actually is a good thing. We don't want to be in this volatility that's about to happen when we don't really know what direction it's going to go. So we're probably just going to sit on the sidelines regardless. The 15 didn't close exactly how we wanted it to. News coming out, we're going to sit on the sidelines.
Bold, ugly, font here.
for buys, this is the best thing we wanted to happen. Yeah, we had missed out on this nice move right here. This was a 30-minute closure. This was a nice 30-minute push. So we missed out on that, but now it has cleared all of this chop that I was not looking forward to. Cleared all this chop right here. We went straight through it. Now we have clean range right here. We have this clean range right here, and then a little bit of chop right here, and then clean range again. So it was bullish. We can catch some easy buys, but I would take some buys at this 30. But we got news coming out, so it's probably not gonna let me in. The only way I get in with the news is if it drops before it pushes. If it pushes straight off the bat, no go. But if this news comes down first, comes down somewhere, wherever it comes down, that's where my stops are going to be, and then I get in for the anticipation that we can keep running. But I doubt that's going to happen. This can either be a push that's just gonna take back all of this profit taken and short selling yesterday, or this can be a pullback for a drop back down. So this thing can either continue running like it dropped yesterday, or we can come back down. So I mean, you could have got in on the flip of the candle, but I'd rather just wait for the closure. It saves a lot of pain if you just wait for the closure. If this thing closes bearish, then we can take easy sales. We'll know where the stop loss is. But see, if you would have got it on the flip right now you're sitting back in drawdown, and you don't even know if these are the highs. But if this thing can close bearish, I'll take some sales back down. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try a trade on my demo account, paper trade account. It's only a 5-minute setup right here. It's only a 5-minute setup right here, but we could drop off of it. I didn't even realize I had that trade running. Where did I buy that? Dang, that trade I had bought this morning. I completely forgot I had tried a trade down here. But yeah, if this 5-minute can close bearish, I like it for the sales. Stop loss will be above the highs. TP, you know, just see if we can retrace all this, or probably just come back to right here, which that'd be break even point right there, and then come back down. But first we're gonna kind of need to close bearish, which is doing now, and then the 15-minute is about to open up. It's closing bullish the 15-minute, but so the next 15-minute could push up. So I want to see this next 5-minute give us a nice top wick, so that this 15-minute can give us a nice push, and then we can fall off that. It's a nice closure. But it was almost nice, but it's still a bearish closure. We're gonna need a nice top wick off this. Shoot. If it does come down here and put us in before the top wick, then our stops are gonna be above the highs. Yeah, we're in there now. Our stop's gonna be above the highs since this is a 15 bearish, bullish. So if it does reflip, then that's gonna be bad for the trade. But if this thing can just continue to push down, then that'd be better. We barely had a bottom wick on this hourly, which was looking ugly. The market just came down on the 15 minute, created a better bottom wick for the 30 minute. Now the 30 minute looks good. Now the 30 minute looks very bullish if it continues to push. So this 15 minute, it was working out, but now it just came down and tapped off the zone we was talking about. So technically, even though this is a demo count, so I'm just gonna let the trade play out. But right now I should move stops to break even. Well, not should, I already should have. And the trade will be closed out right now. But since it's a demo count, I'm just gonna let it play out, you know, to build better confidence that moving stops to stop loss was a good play. But now in this 15 minute, if it flips here, stops will be hit, and then the valid stops for this trade is right here. But if this 15 minute flips, it'll most likely break those highs too. So that's why I got it on the 15 minute. But if this 5 minute breaks down and gives back all this, this last 5 minute needs to drop and hold below here. Make this 30 minute close bearish. If this 30 minute can close bearish, then we can take some sales down. But if it closes bullish, then that's a bullish sign, and we'll probably go back up. But the 15 minute is not closing bearish. We took that sell off the 5 minute closing bearish. Now we got the 15 minute closing bearish. But the 30 minute is closing bullish, and the hourly is still open, which is bullish. So it's kind of mixed signals right now. You can't really do nothing. The only play I see is buys off the 30 minute, because we are still this drop yesterday. It was a straight drop, all selling, no buys. So it's clean traffic to come back up. Now, could we retrace it all today? Probably not. But if this 30 minute has room to push with this clean traffic right here. So if this 5 minute can actually close bullish, then I take some buys. If this 5 minute can close bullish, I take buys out the 5 minute, anticipating that the 30 minute will start pushing too. Hourly pushes 30, everything closes bullish, and then 11 o'clock starts to push as well. But we need this 5 minute to either close below here, make this 30 minute close bearish, or close bullish so we can get in for the 30 minute push. Because ES on the other hand, they have push, and their holding there is much better than NQ right now. It's kind of starting to look like it's curling, but this thing also has potential to push. What I'm seeing though, we had this trend line that the market held a couple of times, It finally broke through yesterday, and now right now it could just be retesting this thing just to fall back over, or it could not care at all about it and just continue to push through. So it's, you gotta wait for a bearish closure. You could take buys, but because it is clean traffic just as NQ is, so you could take easy buys right now. But since we have this trend line right here, I don't really think that, well, maybe it depends. If this thing could give us a nice bottom wick first, a nice one, then I will be considering it. But NQ on the other hand closed not so great, still bearish. We're trying to drop here. Volume could pick up and we can just start to see the volume push down, but the 30-minute close bullish, so this thing could just push all the way up and just continue to break highs. And if that does do that, then that means ES should do that. But since this one's already pushing without creating a bottom wick, I'm sure that ES is also pushing right now without making a bottom wick. Oh, well, it ain't pushing, but if this thing can come down now, then I'll be considering it. I'm gonna just leave them alone. I'm gonna stick to NQ. NQ might actually push here, even if it didn't close bearish. I mean bullish like we wanted it to. If this thing can break through this little resistance it got, it fell down, grabbed some liquidity, came up, tapping it, now it's curling. If it can push through, we can see continued buys. So I'm gonna take a stab at it. I'm in a buy position with the 30-minute backing us right now. 30 minutes bullish, stops below the lows, 30-minute lows where we created it. Looking to break the highs. We might get a bigger move out of this, we will see. $15-minute broke these highs. We just talked about it had barely any top wicks, so we knew the market was going to break it eventually. Now, since it broke those highs, coming up to the highs, I'm actually going to move my stops to underneath the 30 lows. After this much strength, it should not give it back up, and if it does give it back up, we don't really want to be in that trade. We want the strength to push. We want this thing to keep going. If this 5-minute can continue to push out and close bullish, we might get another train run right here. We might get another one. ES is breaking their trend up. That's good. You know, the whole market is moving together. We like to see it. We like to see it. Now you could really technically play this for the rest of the hour, because this is an hourly close is bullish. Now the 30 minutes bullish, so you can hold this for the next 25 minutes, and it should, if it closes up here, then that means the next one should go. But I don't know, I might just scalp this and close out soon. We'll see how this file closes. You know, I don't like holding trades that long. Even though I should hold trading longer, I just like taking my profits and walking away. Three seconds here for the file closer. Hopefully we don't just give all this back up and we stay up and flip. That'd be nice. If it flips, then we're gonna move our stops to wherever the candle is. But it could just give all this back up and this could just be a, I don't know. That's why I don't like holding. We can flip here, great news. Now I'm move my stops in, so now we can be risk free on the trade. Regardless of what happens, we're making money here. We are moving stops prematurely. We could let it actually run, but I had missed out on taking profits this morning on my earlier trade, so I'm not gonna give back up too much profits here. So it's either gonna run or we're gonna take me out. Now the hard part of that trade is done. We can just chill now. On my live account, I had closed out profits already. I took a nice W on that. I'm a scalper, you know. I try to hold for the bigger moves, but you know, every time we're in the moment, I don't like doing that. I take my quick profits. If this thing closes bullish, then we can just hop in on another scalp. But we are locked in a nice little 40 points. But on my demo account, I'm gonna let this trade run so that hopefully we can see that these stops hold valid and we actually should have just held the trade, and that will build confidence in our trading strategy rather than taking impulse decisions like we just did. But that's that. The trade's done. We're gonna let the demo keep running, but that was a W. One break even for the day, one W. But yeah, if this thing can close up here, then we're definitely going to be considering some buys, because this thing, if on the hourly closes back inside this range, it has potential to keep running. So now 20 minutes, this thing might be all the way up here, and we're going to be buying in a lot higher than we sold, so it's not going to be great news, but it is what it is since we sold prematurely. this one was a nice range fill. This ES, they filled their range. Now will it continue to push and break and get back up tier to all-time high areas, or will we get a pullback? Will we get a drop? Yeah, but these are some good buys down here. This was the best buys on the day. News candle dropped it, pushed back up, closed bullish. This one closed nicely bullish at 9:30, getting on buys here. You could have caught that whole move, but as you seen on my last trade, I would probably closed out already. But that was a nice potential move. But I was looking at NQ at the time, and NQ, I don't know why I was so bearish on it this morning, but they also set up the same exact way, the same push down bearish. I just had this trend right here. That's what I had. If I would have not had this box right here, and I would have just had this zone as a thing, then I would have looked at it more bullish, because now it's at the bottom of the zone. When I had this other zone, it's bearish because it was at the top of the zone. So I was expecting it to fall back down here, but actually this zone wasn't really there, and it was actually at the bottom of the zone rather than the top, and we pushed off this trend line I was watching. So I seen the trend line, but I was still thinking bearish. So we had ended up not noticing that trade. That trade ended up passing by us, but that was actually a great trade. $15-minute close bullish. Once this 15-minute can flip, I'm gonna then move my stops above the high, underneath the lows. Once that 15-minute flips bullish. So you could actually add into the position right now, and because this 15-minute did close bullish after a nice push, it closed bullish above this resistance right here, so that's actually a bullish sign that we can keep pushing. Now this trade on itself, once I get put in this trade, my stops will be underneath the lows, so I'll be risking that much, and then we'll move these stops here. So alright, that's that. Now in the demo account, we just got into a second position on the 15-minute flip. Our average cost came from right here, got in up here, so now we're in the middle. Our stop loss is still in profit, so we're still going to make money on the trade regardless if this 15-minute doesn't actually play out. If this 15-minute doesn't play out and actually closes bearish or flips and breaks these lows again, we'll be exited out of the trade at a profit. The most valid stops for this trade is down here underneath this 15 low. So if we was holding this more long term rather than a scalp, our stops should actually still be underneath this 15. So this 15 right now could close bearish, could do what it wants, But as long as the 30-minute and the hourly still close bullish, then we should still get a push and it can reclaim these highs and keep pushing higher. So that's why stops are most valid under here. Actually, stops are most valid, yeah, under these 30 lows. These 30 lows shouldn't get broken. But since we're already nicely in profits, we're not going to let the market just take it back from us, especially since we added to the position at the highs. So we will be moving stops underneath the lows, risk manage. But we could, I'm saying that as in we could get stopped out and the market still decides to push higher. That's an option. this hourly is about to close bullish in about 2 minutes here. That's a very bullish closure right now. Stops will have to be underneath the lows. That's crazy that thing is 130. See, all we had to do is hold the last trade. We would have had made good stuff. We will still be in that trade if we would just hold it correctly. But now this hourly about to open up. We got to see if this hourly gives us a nice bottom wick. If they give us a nice bottom wick, we'll most likely hit stops. So if we want to stay in this trade, we would have to widen our stops again, because this thing could drop down, break some lows, but ultimately push back up. But see, it is out since we're late to the trade. Technically, we I really want a nice stop, because I'm not gonna have my stops down here. So wherever the candle lows are, current candle lows are, that's where the stops are gonna be. And we have this clean traffic right here from yesterday's sell-off. We already got back into most of it. We still have some more to go. If you use, I don't really use this 50% retracement, but that's kind of crazy that it's exactly added. So this Fibonacci thing I just put on the screen, 50%, usually when it hits 50%, that's when it likes to curl. So that's why I don't really want to buy right now, because we already had two nice bullish candles. But yesterday I was thinking that way, and we had missed out on all these moves because we thought it dropped too much, but then it ended up dropping even more. Then we thought it dropped too much still, then it ended up dropping even more. So we missed out on this almost this whole move yesterday. So today, even though we already pushed nicely, we can still push some more. So it's risky to buy up here, but if the buyers are here, they're here, and they're gonna go higher. So we can just get a nice bottom wick here. Then I like the buys. And then wherever the bottom wick is going to be, that's where the highs are going to be. That's where the stops are going to be. The 15-minute did close bearish, so that's good, because that means the market should push down. 15 minutes says we push down, so we should push down for at least this 15-minute. So that would be a nice pullback, so that the hour could then flip afterwards, and then we can push higher. But I'm gonna need to pull back. We gotta wait a second. Wait for these lows to be broken. Hopefully at least. If we can get something like this again. On the paper trade account, I'm gonna go ahead and put buys at the top, you know, just in case this thing decides to push. Sometimes, like, it just does that. Like this candle right here does not have a bottom wick. This candle, sometimes they don't have bottom wick, so you gotta watch out for them. So if it does decide to have this tiny thing as its bottom wick, then we'll be in the trade, and then I'll move my stops to here, and then if it comes back and break these lows again, then we'll be out of the trade. But on my live account, I'm not taking this because it is too bullish right now, and there's no bottom wick. ES, on the other hand, ES closed inside their range. They're looking even better. This is the easy range for them to fill. They're looking good. You could buy at the break of these highs. Your stops will have to be, well, my stops will definitely be below the lows, because I'm definitely not going to have these stops. these stops are too big. We had to have the ones below the lows. Well, really, you could just have it below the zone. If it breaks back into the zone, then you hit stops. You look to target the highs at this. That'd be a nice break-even zone. Maybe continuation break all-time highs. I don't know. That would be crazy if we had this big drop yesterday just to give it all back, just to take it all back in one day. The market is closing at this 50%. It's not making above this highs, this resistance I got marked right here. It hasn't broke yet, so it's kind of looking bearish. Again, weaker. And ES is went straight up to their yesterday's open. Yeah, they're at yesterday's open now. This, which is a sign that we could like dropped, came all the way back up just to retest it, just to drop again, or we could just continue higher. So ES has a chance of falling, and NQ has a chance of falling here. So I'm actually just I'm gonna take profits on this trade. And I'm gonna go and sell this one. These one gonna be tight stops because it's early to the trade. We already locked in the profits on the other one, and we should not break above here, and that's that. But again, if the market is anything like it was yesterday, just because it's already moved a lot does not mean it cannot move some more. So we gotta, hopefully we can get a nice pullback, and then we can move stops to break even before any of that. And if we get a nice pullback, we got resistance. We got first something right here at these lows. We got to first get through these lows. Once we get through those lows, maybe I'll move stops to break even. But this trade, we're kind of early to the trade. I already know we're early, so that's probably not gonna work out soon yet. Because first we need a closure. Right now in 30 minutes, still bullish. It got 12 minutes left. If it does flip here and close bearish, and this 15-minute closes bearish down here, that'd be great. We have great entries. We might even be able to add to the position if the 30-minute closes bearish down here. But we got 12 minutes for that. We'll see. Five minutes closing nicely bearish, nicely. Hopefully we can close below here. If we close above, we might come back to drawdown, maybe even hit stops. But if we can close below, then that'd be nice. But I might actually just close out and take this quick scalp, because the 30-minute actually hasn't even closed bearish. This thing could flip here and start pushing higher. So we have to see. I might move stops to break even soon. Hopefully this 5 minute can make a nice top wick. Don't come to the highs. And then, yeah, I'm just gonna move stops to break even now actually. Since we are early to the trade, we don't want to lose money on a trade that we're early to. And then if it does end up closing down here, then if this 5 minute does flip and the next 5 minute closes down here, then we can get this 30 minute to close bearish. Then we can hold this trade. If it closes bearish, I actually move my stops back to the highs. But right now, stops at break even. But we're gonna need ES to give up some profits. Also, we need you to fall over. If everybody can fall at the same time, that'd be good. But right now we're selling into a bullish push, so that's why we got stops to break even. Well, on my live account, I had just closed out the profits. You know, I said I was gonna do a quick scalp on that because, as I said, first of all, we're selling into a very strong move with only 5 minutes, only the 5 minute telling us that we could drop. So we're trading off the 5 minute on a very bullish move. So that's not a great sign. So that's why we're looking for a quick scalp. We got a quick scalp. We had closed out the position. If this 5 minute would have closed below here, I would have held it, but it closed at support, at a 5 minute support. Since we're trading on the 5 minute, then we gotta do what the 5 minute says. So if this is support, the 5 minute bounced off it last time. It could bounce off it again, or it could flush through. If it does flush through, that'd be great news because that means the 30 minute will close bearish. But if the 30 minute close bearish, we'll just re-enter on the trade because now we have a 30 minute confirmation that we can come down, and that'll be even better. That other trade was ended today. That was a good trade. We played it good on the demo account. We just got to learn to start doing that on the live account. We had closed out on the live account right here. Only collected about 40 points on it. That was a nice scalp. That's what we like to get, 40 points on a scalp. But if we would have played it better how we played on the and just held it and moved stops to break even and whatnot, we had missed out on a 100-point trade. But overall, it was a good trade. We caught what we wanted to catch, but eventually we got to start being able to catch the rest of the move. And on the trade we're in right now, we're early on the trade. That's why we got the stops to break even. We can't lose on the trade that we're early to, because if this 30-minute does not close does not close bearish, then this thing can continue to push higher and we will be looking for buys. But if it closes bearish, then that'd be good. we had hit break even on that trade.
Here a little bit
15 minute did close bearish, 30 minute closed bullish, so 30 minutes says we should push. We did close bullish, but we are underneath this zone I have right here. I don't really know how valid this zone is, but we're about to figure it out soon. Because if it breaks through, then the zone wasn't really that valid. But if it holds and it's a valid zone, we might be able to take sales off of. So, I mean, we could buy here, break at the highs, break it, and then our stops would have to be below the lows. That's the most safest stop, but the most safest stop, yeah, the 30-minute lows, that's where the stops will have to be. A 40-point stop. The market's moving kind of big today. Well, not kind of, the market is moving big today, just like yesterday. But once this thing flips, if we were to get in buys, it flips. I mean, we have potential to run up to here. And then if we want to keep pushing to here, maybe even go all the way back to the highs, just like ES done. ES had dropped yesterday and it already brought it back up. So is it like, are we going to continue higher, break all-time highs again, or will we start to curl back down? Now it doesn't have to curl all the way back down, but it could start to chop. Well, no. But yeah, this is kind of looking nice. If we do get in this trade, I'll probably just move stops to 30 lows, since we are at the 50% Fibonacci. We are at this resistance, but I do like that we have retested this area and we're kind of making a trend line, and it's tight, it's very tight. So if we can get a nice breakout, this 30-minute flips, it'll be a nice breakout, and the buyers step in, it could be a nice volume push. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing right now. So on the demo account, I'm gonna place a trade. I'm gonna place a buy stop, but I'm gonna keep watching it right now. Right now, I'm just gonna keep watching. I don't know if I'm gonna take it on the live account yet, but it is looking nice. But it's not looking nice. This is a good bottom wick, so I'm actually going. I'm gonna place buy stops on a live account now. This is a nice bottom wick. Now I can, if this thing decides to flip, I can accept our stop losses being underneath the current lows. So it'll be a 25-point stop, not too crazy, nothing bad. That's a normal stop. And then if seeing, hopefully when it does flip and it breaks this little, oh well, on the 5 minute it looks a nice trend line. On the 5 minute we look breaks this trend line and has a nice spike up. Now if this 5 minute doesn't have a top wick, this 5 minutes opening up with no bottom wick, so hopefully the market don't come up, wick us in, and then reflips and starts to drop. I hate when it does that. It be bullshitting sometimes. But if we can get a nice volume spike through this thing, that'd be good. ES on the other hand, they're kind of getting weak. I mean, they're still strong, they're still holding up, but it's kind of falling. It could start to curl, or it could do what it did yesterday, and it slowly just trickles down. It might get some bounces in there, but it just continues to trickle down. market flipped here, we should get a nice push out. Hopefully the volume steps in and it isn't just wicking us in just to flip back down. But we get a nice push out of here, that'd be good. We are buying at the high, so I mean it's kind of on the table, but it is a 30-minute closure, so that's one good. The hourly is still bullish, still open, still can give us a push. 15-minute weak bearish, 5-minute push back to the highs. The next 5 minutes already broken out of this channel, and that's the 5 minutes that wicked us in. So we could just give us a nice volume push on this 5-minute candle right here. That'd be great. At least close bullish. We don't want this 5 minute to come back down here and close bearish. We want the thing to push. We need ES to start picking back up. We need ES to break their highs. We need NQ to keep pushing. We need us to break their highs. We got what? 3 more minutes for this candle. How much? Because since I'm already missed out on like 2 trade opportunities today, I didn't hold on to 1 trade correctly. I might actually be aggressive with stops and be done with today soon, because we are buying at the highs. I might move stops to just underneath the lows, because if this thing does fail here, we're going to come back down. We're going to sit in drawdown. I just take the small loser and we go for a walk or something, and come back at about 1, 2 o'clock, see what the markets look like then. But right now, hopefully this volume can pick up and push before it breaks these lows. If it can break these highs before breaking these lows, we look good. But it did fail at these highs 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This is about to be 4 if it does not break. So we need this thing to break. It at least created higher lows, so that's one good step, and it did break through these highs already. So that's step 2 done. Now we just need step 3 done, break through these highs. Alright, we broke through the highs. Is the volume picking up? We need the volume. We don't need this thing to fail. We need these highs to break and hold. We broke through the highs, now we need to hold up there. See, like, this is a bad candle. If this thing closes bearish, that's not nice. 5 minute is opening up bullish, so that's working for us. But we're going to need a bottom wick first, and that's probably going to hit stops. Oh, that's a new 15 minute. Oh, yeah. This new 15 minute, it's actually nice. I didn't realize 15 minute was closing also. 5 minute closed bullish outside. The 15 minute closed bullish now. The previous closed bearish. So we wasn't really liking buys, but now this one closed bullish. So now this one can start to push. Unless the market just came up here to fail at the highs, which is what we was not wanting. Now, We need this 15-minute not to break these lows. These 15-minute lows right here, we need this one not to break it and flip. I ended up closing that trade out at break even. The reason I closed it's the trade's still good. 15 minutes still bullish. This one doesn't have a top wick. It could at any given point still flip. 30 minutes still open, whatnot. I closed out the trade because one, I've taken 3 trades today, 4 trades today, and my risk management is going downhill. Well, not risk management, but like how many decisions I can make. My decision making skills are going downhill right now. But the reason I close out at break even is because I'd rather take a break even than a loser on this trade. I'm gonna let the demo account, I'm gonna let it keep running, but my regular account I close out break even. But I close out break even because we have these highs that we do not want to break. 1, 2, almost 3, but then 4. See, if this thing curls, we got this trend line right here, but if that trend line breaks and this thing failed at the high, then that's going to be a violent drop, and what's going to happen, we're going to hit stops. So it's best to just take out break even. We shouldn't have been buying at the highs anyway. We should have been looking for sales, but sales haven't set up for us yet. In 30 minutes though, well in 8 minutes though, if this 30-minute close is bearish, we almost have potentials for sales. I say almost because this 30-minute, even though it's closing bearish, it didn't actually do anything bearish. It didn't break the previous lows. So the next 30-minute could just go higher, just cause. So it'll be great if in 8 minutes this thing can actually break these lows, hit the stops on our demo account, on our paper trade account, and then we can get in sales down here for the drop. But we still got 7 minutes left, and it's 15 minutes, still doesn't have a top wick, and it hasn't broke the lows yet, so it still has potential to flip and go bullish. But I took a break even on the trade. I'd rather not take that risk. Why am I purchasing? But yeah, see, this is that trend line. It's broken now. It's dropping now. The thing is it going to drop, or is it going to hold this support that it's been holding and actually come back up? So right now we can't really do nothing right here. We just gotta wait and see. Is this a real drop or is this a pullback? But yeah, I've taken too many trades. I'm actually gonna go for a walk. I'll be back in whenever I'm done with the walk. we ain't go for no walk just yet, but this 30-minute did close how we wanted to, exactly how we wanted to. Actually, a little bit too bearish because it came all the way down to the resistance. So now we don't really have nowhere to go. If it does flip, we can break through just like we broke through here. So it could fall, and it probably will, and it's probably doing it just now, but I would have wanted a nicer top wick. But when we were looking for what, sales? Cause we had got in sales. We were looking for sales, but then we changed our buys to buys. But really, we should have just stuck to sales. We were doing too much flippy floppy. We should have, cause this was actually looking very nice. We had set up a support, got a resistance at the top. We broke through, held it, came up, bounced off it, couldn't break it, bounced off it again after breaking the highs, straight back down, broke the lows, but it held. All right, then it tried again, failed again, and then that was a big move down. So we was early to the sales, and then we had missed, and then we forgot about the sales, and we missed out on that actual move. But now that it came all the way down, we did want it to close bullish, bearish, but it actually closed too bearish. Now it's actually kind of bullish, and it's at a resistance. Now I can't take buys off of it because it closed bearish, but I can't take sales because it's at a resistance. So the only thing we can do is wait 30 minutes. If it closes below here, we can take sales. If it holds this, then we might be able to take buys, and then this might actually be the buys that can break through these highs and keep pushing. So hopefully in 30 minutes this thing doesn't retrace this whole entire move, which it could. But regardless, if this 30-minute closes bullish down here or bullish up here, I take buys higher. If it closes bearish down here, I take sales. But if it closes right here, I might take sales back down if it closes in this box. But yeah, right, we got the bearish close we wanted, but we can't take sales in it. But it's good that we had closed out the other trade at break even on the main account. But on the demo account, as you've seen, it did hit break even. I mean, it did hit stop loss, so it was good risk management. We was in a bad trade, we realized it, and we took a break even rather than holding on to a loser like we be doing sometimes. But I'm liking this for buys now. All we need is a bullish closure. All we need is this 30 minutes and 26 minutes of this thing closes bullish, we'll be in buys. I got back from the walk, but so we're late for this. It's a 5 minute setup. I see. This could be a retest off of it. We already missed the entries, but I wouldn't have taken it because it's a 5 minute and 15 minute open up bearish. So this 50 minute could flip, and this zone could be broken in the next 10 minutes. But then this 30 minute, hopefully this 15 pushes up, closes up here. This 30 minute closes bullish, and then we can get in some buys. I like these buys. If this 30 minute can close bullish, after we got to pull back into a support level, and then we can target back to the highs, or maybe we can break through this time and push higher. But first we're gonna need this to close bullish, or at least show that this support holds. So if it comes down, touches in, and then breaks it, we like it. ES on the other hand, they're looking great also. They broke, we was expecting the trend to hold and for it to fall back down, but instead it broke through the trend, and now it's pushing down and retesting it. So now they also, if this 30 minute closes bullish back inside this range, oh yeah, that's a very bullish sign right there. If this 30 minute goes bullish, that's a bullish sign. Stop's gonna be below the lows, about a 10 point stop. That's kind of big. I don't trade ES, but that's big for ES. But I mean, as you see, the market is very volatile the past 2 days. These are big moves, so you gotta take stop. So that's why when the candle opens up, I want a nice bottom wick. So then, rather than having stops right here, wherever the bottom wick for the candle is, that's where we like to keep our stops. But first we're gonna need this 15 minute to close back up inside, then we can take some buys. That'd be great, cause then these, oh yeah, this is gonna be a nice trade, a nice trade right here setting up. I have a buy limit right here. This is a demo count paper trade, so these were nice entries. So I have a buy limit just in case the market does decide to come back and put me into these entries. I would have liked it that, but if we do get put in, my stops are underneath here. But I'm also gonna have a buy stop break of these 5 highs. Now these buy stops are a little bit more risky. Yeah, so we actually not even gonna put those. But right now we got buy limit if the market does come back down. But this buy limit is a risky trade because we're anticipating that this would hold. Now if it does come down, put us in this trade and does not hold, then yeah, we're hitting stops. So having buy limits, we're hoping that these lows hold and we can get a nice push off of it. Well, we got a bullish close. Well, not a bullish closure. We got the 30-minute closure. Closed bearish, but it did hold. Well, this 5-minute did close bearish. It did close bearish underneath this 5-minute. So that is technically on a lower time frame, on a 5-minute time frame. That's a bearish sign. That means we can bounce off of that. So we actually wanted to bounce off of that and drop back into this zone. That's what we want, because this 30-minute closed bearish. And so if the 30-minute says we're bearish, then we should drop. Just because we got support right here, or support right here. Yeah, it actually did close inside here and everything. Yeah, see, it's looking nice. It just didn't close exactly how we wanted to. And we definitely need a bottom wick, so we gotta wait for this bottom wick to begin with. But I'm still liking buys. It's just we need this bottom wick first, and that's why I have this sell buy limit right here. If this bottom wick can come down into the buy limit, we get put in. But this is on the paper trade. I'm not doing that on the main account because it could just drop straight through. But ES closed underneath their zone. So they are more bearish, but still at the same time, they can still push also. Same exact 5-minute setup. It can fall over. It can't fall over right now. And if you were to take a trade like this on the 5-minute, you're in here now on the flip. You're in there on the flip, and my stops would have to be, since it's a 5-minute trade, the most valid stops are up here, but I took it on the 5-minute, so I will have it right here. 5-point stop. I'm looking to target first down here, and about 8-point. That's a nice risk reward, but I'm not taking that. Even though it does look nice, I'm just not taking it because it's on the 5-minute. Now the 30-minute is also bearish, so the 30-minute could actually drop here. But I don't know. Yeah, it's 30-minute flip. This thing could drop.
Fucking earplugs.
Now, even though I said the 30-minute didn't close barriers, we still have potential to run. If this 30-minute starts to pick up, it could just take off without even needing the proper closure. We have this trend is breaking through. If the volume picks up, it might be leaving without us very shortly. Yeah. This 15-minute did close nicely. Made a bottom wick. It would have made a bottom wick first, that would have been nice, but it made it second. So, into 15-minute. I don't like trading off 15. But in 8 minutes here, if this 15-minute does close bullish, then we can just take the buys up here. If this 15-minute closes bullish, we can take buys up here. Just hopefully this 15-minute does not close all the way up here. If it closes down here, that'd be good. But if it's the risk reward, it drops if it closes any higher. Unless it closes back inside here, that'd be nice also. But bullish anywhere is good. Other than that, we just gonna have to wait for the 30-minute if that doesn't close correctly.
Welcome to this.
High priority contract. Objectives marked on your TAC map. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Located the rest of them. Resurging. Go get your revenge. Squad mates back on station.
This mine, okay.
Enemy UAV overhead. Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. You've got reinforcements. Supply boxes marked. Secure those locations. Kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your TAC map. Get hunting. squad made it to the safe zone. Squad mates redeployed. Supply box secured. 2 to go. One supply box remaining. Move and secure that daggone thing.
Hostile mosquito is online.
Contract complete. All supply boxes secured. You've got reinforcements inbound. Incoming. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Stand by for redeployment.
This is a decent 15-minute closure. We didn't really break these highs. We kind of came up, gave this 5 minutes that didn't have a top wick. So now we could have just came up here to give it a top wick, just to come right back down. It does that a lot of times. That's why I like to wait for top wicks and whatnot, top and bottom wicks. But this 15-minute almost had closed how we wanted it to. It's still bullish. It's still closed above the zone, so we could still take buys. But if that is the case, I wanted to first make a bottom wick. You know, I need a bottom wick. It's not too bullish, so I can't just take it off. This one, on the other hand, they're closing the same exact way. They're underneath their zone, so they could fall here. But so it's best to probably just wait for the 30-minute. But if this 15 want to make me a bottom wick first, then I would look for buys. But 15, you gotta first make a bottom wick, which it isn't yet. But yeah, this 5 minute, even if the 15 doesn't make, it's like it's bouncing off its trend. It broke it, bounced it, broke through, now it's bouncing, so it could still go without a bottom wick. So on the demo account, I'm gonna have buy stop on the demo account, paper trade account, so we don't miss out on the trade. And if we have it right here, stops are gonna be kind of heavy. That's why it's a demo account. And we're just gonna let it play out, but we're gonna probably miss out on this trade. We're just gonna wait for the 30-minute to set up.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Drop a motherfucker. Too.
Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
Alright, if y'all want to get low up, now it's time. If y'all want to get low up,
I'm gonna do it.
money on the bow.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Entering area.
I should have used my other shit.
Losing ground. Move it.
These people are demons.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
You gotta get out the way.
Adjusting price. Kill confirmed. Kill the rest of them.
Damn.
They are hunting me down. I don't have another one. Oh my lord. 2 on my dead body.
Resurgence has closed.
Up there waiting for me to come out.
Turning you to the front. Earn this. You made it to the top 10.
Talking to these family states. No kids.
You got
Ryan,
reinforcements
you
inbound. Gas is closing in.
Hey, expect
This shit is crazy.
Enemy soldier incoming. Get your squad to the safe zone. No one gets left behind.
me spectating this crazy. Ryan, me spectating this crazy.
Look at this guy. You dumb fool. Thank you for the plates. Cause I sure needed them.
I just outplayed that man so nicely.
I gotta buy my shit, I ain't lying.
Ooh, I got him down for you.
Got gas moving in.
Yeah, you
Man,
ain't
this
better
man
die.
camping the loadout like a home, bro.
I'm gonna get him for you.
This
I'm gonna
man
get him for you.
camping the loadout like a real bitch.
He gotta come out.
I'm talking about the man sitting there camping the loadout, cuz it ain't nothing else for you to do, cuz.
Bring home.
It's another one right here.
Man, I hate niggas on this game, fool. Man, bro, I hate niggas on this game, bro.
Damn, I wanna go run and get it so bad, but I ain't got no gas,
There's
man.
only 2 of us. I mean, it's only 2 of them.
Bro, it's a nigga behind you, bro. He right here.
No, they both right here in front of me.
He oughta be fucking plated by now.
I already killed
There's
that
one more.
man. I
Hey,
already
go
killed
pop
that
it,
man.
I hate breakthrough.
How many? What the? Fuck?
That shit over. I ain't got no kill.
That stem almost messed me up.
GG, boys. Good job. That was an
Bro,
ugly
that ain't no
win,
fucking
but we got
GG,
it.
bro. I ain't got no kill. That shit whack.
That was an ugly
Bro,
win,
never
but we got it.
What's up?
Looks like you poked the bear. Let's get you back home.
We got 7 minutes into the 30 closure. 7 minutes. If this thing can close nicely, this will be great. Great if it can close nicely. This is what we've been waiting on. But this is for ES. I'm not trading ES. I'm trading NQ, which is setting up the same. I mean, we got a little bit more junk in the way. And we do have buy stops on the break. You know, just in case this thing decides to break and just want to run in the last 7 minutes of this candle. I'm testing out theories on, do we put buy stops or do we just wait for the candle closures? So right now I got buy stops just in case. On the live account, we're gonna wait for the 30 to close. And once we get the 30 closed, and hopefully we get a bottom wick. Then after the bottom wick, we will be in there looking to target the highs. Maybe end of day runner. Well, second half of the day runner. Cause this is a nice pullback. We got a nice push, nice pullback. We're curling back up. The next 30 minutes after that, we should be nice. And the hourly is closed. Oh my lord, I forgot about the hour. The hourly is closing very nicely bullish. So we got the hourly backing us. 30 minutes gonna be backing us. 15, everything's gonna be backing us to the bull side. The only thing we're going to need is a nice bottom wick. Now on the demo account, we have been entered into the trade. It is pushing nicely. Well, not nicely, just entered in. But we in there. Our stops are below the lows. Here's the demo, the paper trade account. In about 6 minutes here, we will probably be in on real positions.
Bullets. And here's the kicker. Now switch it to semi-auto, and with each tap you're firing 2 bullets. And here's the kicker. Putting it in semi-auto increases the damage per bullet. Spam that trigger and you've got a 2 burst AR with the lowest recoil in the game and increased damage. Now let's look at the build I'm currently running on the SVA 545. Starting with the optic, the all-time favorite for this game. Eagles like 25x, again, optic preference. Highly for using this one. Over onto the barrel, we have the SVT Precision Barrel. This can help us out some aim and idle sway, velocity and range, gun kick control, and recoil control. And over the suppressor, we have the VT7 suppressor, helping us out with some
Got 3 minutes here. Looking nice, nigga, nice.
Objective location. All right, we got you started. You finished the job.
Now, let's look at the build I'm currently running on the SVA 545. Starting with the optic, the all-time favorite for this game. You got a 2 burst AR with the lowest recoil in the game and increased damage. Now let's look at the
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
So now the 30 minutes, everything's about to close. 30, 15 hourly, everything's closing bullet. That's why we had the buy stop in, because I felt like we was just gonna get a push. Now I mean that buy stop has secured us an extra 20 points. So I mean not nothing crazy, but it is nice. Now we hopefully we get a nice bottom wick for this hourly. That's what we really want. We really want a bottom wick. A bottom wick, and that will be great. We can get in some buys. But with this volume push like this, I don't know. I do not need. Let's see. Because it did come right up and stop right at the resistance, so it's probably just gonna push right through it. But hopefully we'll get a bottom wick. If it can make this trade go back to break even, and then we'll put buy stops in and we can break through. Or I'm looking to get in on buys down here. Like if this bottom wick can really come down, then I'll try a wick entry instead, because these entries are kind of big. If we get in right here, these stops are at 70 points. That's a big stop, so we have to have it underneath the bottom wick, which is at the moment only 12. If it flips here and runs, it's only at 12 points, which ain't bad. I mean, that's actually great risk reward, but I feel like it wants to come lower. And if it does come lower, then we're gonna, I don't know, we're probably gonna miss out on this trade. This is a great trade, but we just need this thing to come down some. I can't get in on it. While ES came right to the highs, they actually did too good, because now they're right at resistance, so they definitely need a bottom wick. I mean, unless they just smack right through it, and that's also an option. This is a nice curl. I put buy stops on the break of the highs on the live account, so I'm gonna add it on the paper trade so we can have it here. But actually, that's not gonna really do much. But I got a buy stop right here like this. Our stops are gonna be below these lows. We're early entries, but I don't want to miss out on this trade, so we're gonna have tight stops, only 20 points. And if we can get a nice volume push and this thing can crack through here, it's a nice clean range up. Clean range, and a nice clean 27. So it's about a 1-to-1. But I'm looking for an actual break through these highs. Since this is an hourly setup, this is an hourly. We can get it. I'm looking for a nice breakthrough on hourly. So we got 56 minutes for this trade to play out.
Enemies deploy the counter UAV. Buy station prices are adjusted. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Squad mates redeploying. Well done.
Tossing smoke grenade!
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
X-ray marked.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Come on, John, stay with it. I'm getting stitched up.
Fire sale's done. Prices are back to normal. Get ready. You're redeploying. Only 10 left. You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. Enemies dropping into the AO. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Back on station. Good work.
Alright, well, I got put in that position on my live account. We're in there now. Our stops are not currently under the bottom. Like, I'm gonna let it give a little wiggle room. But once this thing could close, actually, once this 5 minute actually closes up here in 2 minutes, then I'll move my stops back here. But right now it's kind of like out in the open field. We got an hour for this to work out. Unless this hourly is a fake out, then that'll be very unfortunate for us. If it is a fake out. But everything is playing in our favor so nicely, it's hard to not take this trade. I mean, other than this 5 minute, right now the only problem we have is this 5 minute. We got this resistance right here, this 5 minute. We need this thing to break above and hold. If this thing closes back underneath, it might be bad for the trade. But that's why we're trading off the higher time frame, the hourly and stuff. As long as the hourly does what it's supposed to do, then this should be a W trade.
about to get evil. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone. It's a high priority contract. Objectives marked on your attack map.
LC's marked. Get ready.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You got reinforcements inbound. Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station. Occupation jammed. Enemies dropping into the AO. The enemy's scanning the area. Keep low or use the water to stay undetected. Enemies detected. Locations marked.
I'm gonna move stops to break even. Yeah, I'm gonna move it underneath these lows right here, so it's gonna be a little bit in profits. We got a nice push up. We almost filled the zone. We barely filled it.
Reinforcements
This
inbound.
5-minute candle does not have a bottom wick, so that's kind of bad news. That means we could flip, and if we do flip, we might hit stops out. Oh, this on the. And actually it's not even break even, but yeah, this on my demo account. Demo account's on break even because we got an early entries on that one, but on my regular account we're actually 8 points and drawed. Actually, I'm just gonna have it underneath the hourly lows. We're just gonna have it underneath the hourly lows, 15 points, 15 point stops, and we're just gonna let this hourly cook. Since we didn't let this morning's trade cook, because this morning's trade was a nice trade, we missed out on because we didn't cook. So we're gonna either this one's gonna hit a small stops, or we're going to hopefully break the highs. But we got 30 seconds here to the 15 closes. This 15-minute next one should respect these lows. It should respect the lows, and it should not break through. It should respect these lows and shouldn't break and hit these stops.
Your revenge. You got reinforcements inbound.
Now that we got this push up, we're late in the day. It's already 1 o'clock. I'm gonna move stops to in profit at least underneath these lows, underneath the 15 lows. If it stops us out, we're probably gonna be done for the day, and we're just gonna call it a day there. Be back at it on Monday. But if we don't flip on this 15 and in 7 minutes it closes bullish and in 30 minutes closes bullish, then I'm probably gonna move my stops back to break even, you know, to let the 30-minute make a bottom wick and then flip. Because if it's 30-minute close bullish, then we should have nice continuation on the trade. But right now, if this 15-minute want to play games with us and actually flips rather than closing bullish, we're going to be out the trade. But we got 7 minutes here. You see if we can get something. SPY has already broken through their highs. They're already at new all-time highs. These highs was only created because of news came out. News had came out. So these highs up here is really just news candle high. And then market opened up 9:30, pushed up at 10. So really these are more of all-time highs to me. And the market is almost there. So we can keep pushing here. If they keep steamrolling here, then NQ can maybe pick up the pace, because right now it's lagging behind. Right now Nasdaq, oh, I mean they up the same amount. Nasdaq up 1%. Actually Nasdaq is actually ahead of ES. ES is actually only up less than 1%. So we'll see. We're in a good trade here. We're on the hourly. We can see we got 5 minutes to this 30 closes, and then once the 30 closes, we'll be even better. Now, I did ended up closing out at the highs, you know, as I said. We got in late entries, so that's one reason why I just closed out. Second reason is the market show resistance. Yeah, it might crush through this again and we will be missing out on profit, but we caught our trade. Our trade was that this range will be filled, and that's what happened. We caught that move. We caught the trade. It's a W trade. We had took out profits. But we really should have been entering down here. And if we was in down here, it would have been, we would still close out the trade. We might even hold it better, but now we'd be up 60 points. So we got in late and we only was able to catch 23, 24 points, but it's still a W trade. This thing might continue to push higher, but I think we're taking 4 trades today and we just want to close out that one. It's Friday. We don't know how high this can go, but it is looking very promising. Yeah, ES is breaking their highs. If we were to hold in, if we were to have held that trade, once this 30-minute flips, we will be moving our stops to to underneath the lows. Right now, on the demo account, they still in the reason I didn't close out this trade because we had better entries. We entered down here and then entered up here. Better entries, better risk to reward. But once it's 30-minute flip, it should push out. Well, I'm gonna end the stream here. This thing has pushed through. We unfortunately will be missing out on profits again, but it's now 1:30. There's only what, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 more 30-minute candles in the day. We could potentially get in buys, but after having buys down here and closing out, getting buys anywhere up here this late in the day is just risky. What we would need is a pullback and then a push up just like this one, but it's already, we only have 1, 2, we only got 4 more 30-minute candles, and I don't think the market has what it takes to make a nice setup and 4 candles. So we're probably going to chop around for the rest of the day. Maybe it keeps pushing, who knows. We'll be back at it Monday. Today was a good day. We had managed risk properly on 2 trades that made them break even rather than taking losses on them. We did miss out on this nice trade right here. I didn't notice this 30-minute push. That was a great trade. If we would have caught that one, then as you see, we would have been able to catch the rest of the move off of just 1 entry. About a 200-point move straight up. We then had an entry over here. We closed out prematurely, and we missed out on about an extra 40 points in profit. We didn't notice this selling pressure right here. We was looking for buys, but then we were looking for sales, but then we changed our bias to buys at the last second. So we have missed out on this nice triple top, kinda head and shoulders drop. So we missed out on those sales. That was a nice move. We did catch these buys back up, but we with late entries, we got in up here. We should have been getting in down here when the market was showing some resistance. I mean, showing the support right here, and we held it. We should have been entering on this 15-minute push down longs right there, and then our stops would have been below the lows. 30-point stop, and then we would have had a way better risk to reward on that trade, 100 points. So today, yeah, we made money, but a lot of bad entries, a lot of bad exits. We exited 2 trades too early, but we're working on it. As long as we catching good trades, that's all that really matters. Eventually we'll learn how to hold the good trades, but we got the hard part of the equation down. The hard part is being able to catch these moves. The easy part is holding it, but obviously we're having trouble with the easy part. But at least we're good at the hard part, catching them. But yeah, that's the end for the screen. We'll be back at it next week. I'm gonna let this trade run. We'll see how long. We'll see if the market ever comes down to these entries or if it keeps running. And that's that.